escapes you with a sound. It's delineated. I waited at the station for an hour, but I won't make it. You take off on an updraft by the tower, and you overtake it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Oh, I can't tell you why. Why you have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape parades you with a sound. It's delineated. No one here has even learned your name, but they all claim that they saw you land and land to do the same, but they won't make it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Tell me there's an issue. I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Or maybe can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. I can't tell you why. Why do I have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape escapes you with a sound. It's delineated. I waited at the station for an hour, but I won't make it. You take off on an updraft by the tower, and you overtake it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Oh, I can't tell you why. Why you have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape parades you with a sound. It's delineated. No one here has even learned your name, but they all claim that they saw you land and land to do the same, but they won't make it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. with a sound. It's delineated. I waited at the station for an hour, but I won't make it. You take off on an updraft by each hour, and you overtake it every moment. I see you on the rise. You're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Oh, I can't tell you why. Why you have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape parades you with a sound. It's delineated. No one here has even learned your name, but they all claim that they saw you land and land to do the same, but they won't make it every moment. I see you on the rise. You're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you?
Thing. Go. Hi. Sorry. I also have to change this. Yes, Ghost? Also, Axel, I don't know if you're still here, but, like, your little nicknames every day, like, make me smile. Look at the vids. I did not get a chance to know, but I plan to do that after stream. I had my water bottle. I got a water bottle out of the fridge, and it was like pressed up right against like the back of my thigh. It was so cold. I saw them in the Discord. I just didn't get a chance to watch them. I have to really fast. Also, I'm having a bit of a nail emergency. I have like a little bottle of nail glue here on my desk and I'm trying to fix something really fast. And so give me just like 1 second. Because like, I'm having a bit of a beauty emergency. Please give me a moment. The emergency. I got like this bottle of nail glue from, like, about Ulta or something like that. I had to ask for it because they were out on, like, the little display. I was like, I didn't need, like, anything, like, fancy or anything. I just needed, like, nail glue in case, like, something happened. And then, like, I went to the little display of, like, all the press-on nails. I was like, ooh, press-on nails would have, like, glue, right? And so I went to go for the little press-on display, and they had none out, so I had to go find a worker and awkwardly ask her, where do you have the nail glue? And she looks at me and she goes, oh, it's over on the press-on display. And she like brings me over there and I like point at it. I like pointed at it and I go, no, actually it looks like it might be out. And she goes, oh yeah, it is. And then she like wandered over to like the nail polish area and she like opened a little drawer and she pulled out a box for me, but it was like, did you think I just didn't check? I mean, I understand working in retail, so like you kind of, in retail a lot of the time you kind of just have to assume that the customer is either stupid or didn't look around for anything that they needed. Hi, Riker! Sorry, I'm having a nail emergency really fast. Okay, I should be good now. Like, I understand that like when you work in a retail job, you either have to assume that your customers don't want to do anything for themselves or that they're stupid. I assume that everyone is stupid at work. My store, when I worked at Build-A-Bear, was nice because typically people weren't. It was just that it wasn't that they were stupid, it was just that they just weren't looking around. My biggest pet peeve, though, was when people would bring in pictures from our website, from like the website going, hey, do you have this in stock? And then they would like turn their phones to you. But the thing is, the picture that they would show you on their phone would say in the picture, online exclusive. Like they would have screenshot our, they would have screenshot our website and brought in a photo of it, and in their photo that they brought in, it literally says online only or online exclusive. Can you not read? Can you not take a look at this picture? That like we would have to point at their phone and be like, well, actually, like your picture says, it's online exclusive, and then they would like turn their phones back to them and they would go, oh, or they would argue with us about, it's like, well, I'm already here, so where is it? It's like, I don't have it. It's not here. Don't yell at me. Sleepy time. Okay. It is February 23rd, 11:56 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Hi! It's been okay. School's getting kind of intensive right now because we're heading towards finals, so I'm like barely on a streaming schedule right now. I mean, I kind of haven't been for a while, but like this is like especially not helping, and so I'm like trying. I'm trying so hard. What about you? How have you been? Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake, about to reach surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So, what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently, she got called off to the judge's chamber. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon is a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. I thought I'd come and take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. Got the home— wait, oh my god. They've got the home ranch locked down, tied in the fort in enemy territory. Not hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? I remember feeling all that too well. As for me, it's been alright. Work's been really hard on homeworks and repairs on my consoles. Ooh. I actually just put something into my PlayStation myself. I did. It wasn't really a repair. It was more of an upgrade. I got a SSD card for my PS5 that I installed myself, because like you don't really need like technical experience to be able to like install an SSD card into a PlayStation. It's literally just open the back plate, plug the thing in, tighten the screw, and then it's just put the back plate back on and you're done. It's just that simple. Also try to be around more often because I keep missing it. Oh, it's fine. You're busy. I'm streaming at weird times right now because of school. All the police I've seen over these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough to worry about on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. It's not just Wright, it's Phoenix, right? Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Don't say. No, don't that just be all. Seeing the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. Thought that day too. She's wearing a red muffler. What? The awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I reckon. That mean. In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? With steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. February 23rd, 12:32 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Oh, we're back in court. They're not gonna let me investigate more. Hey, how the hell did this man bring a knife into the courtroom and a flask? I feel like you would actually be kind of surprised what you can get past a metal detector if you know how. Like, if you know how to hide it. I know how to get past a metal detector. Like, it's really not that hard. You need to be more concerned about bag search. Bag and pocket search. It's super easy to get things past a metal detector if you know what you're doing. I'd like to resume. I feel like that nugget of information sounds really suspicious now that I see that. The only reason I know that is because when I worked at Kohl's, we had like metal detectors at the front of the store, and so I had to have training. I had to have like training on how people would shoplift. It was like people would shoplift from our store, and they would try to get past our metal detectors, and so we had to be informed of like all like the shoplifting ways, so that like we knew what people would do. So I know how to like trick a sensor. I know how to trick a metal sensor, because like they had to teach me how to do it so that I could look out for other people doing it. What's up? The judge is looking over at the prosecution. Whoa! Why does Edgeworth look like that? Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, and you are sweating bullets. Furrowed brow, the grinding teeth, watering eyes. What's more, your eyes are kind of unfocused. Doubled over, your back is bent. It cannot be. Can't happen. What happened with Mr. Edgeworth? Well then, I believe it's time that we continue this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct the investigation. This is unacceptable. Seems that our prosecutor is quite beyond himself. Excuse me? Knock knock? Knock knock knock. Who's there? Oh. Oh. What's with this guy? Strange stuff. For some reason I read this as fluffy. I read this as a strange fluffy aura. A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey! The temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who is he? He's not moving and he's not saying anything. It's you. Hello? Are you okay? Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry I'm late. Udgy? Udgy? The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, huh, Udgy? How you been? Been much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy. His nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Makes sense for a second there. I was about to say that's really sus and you'd be pretty knowledgeable about that subject. I only know about it because of like how I work. I had to know about it to be able to like spot them in my store. So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks. So sorry about our, oh my god. Stop calling everybody with like my nicknames, please. I'm sorry about our Worthy giving you all that trouble, huh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Oh, Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He reminds me of a Cheeto. He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Yes, and he's got nothing going on in his head. Good morning. The name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet everyone. Awfully cheery for a chief of police. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came into the court, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out and bring this by. That's Chester Cheetah in human form. Oh my god, he does kind of look like Chester Cheetah. He just needs like darker sunglasses. Sister's muffler. Or wasn't seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into the exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. His huge, like, spaces of time are pissing me off. Really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, isn't it? Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Oh, I didn't mean to. Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our jobs? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I am telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says, person in charge of investigation. There is no mistaking the signature that is here is Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because of that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? You serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask for the defense a favor first. Yeah? Just to be sure, I'd like you to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade? Your Honor? I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you do is just push that switch and... If I cut my finger off, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Oh, it's forcing me to do this. I'm not touching anything. Okay, switchblade. I've never owned a switchblade, so like, I'm assuming that's the release. Ah! Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. Red stain. What? Whoa, a 3D model. Yeah, later in like the series, they were slowly becoming more and more 3D. And then when it came to like looking at certain items, they had certain items that you could see in 3D. Again, kind of later on in the series. Your Honor, the defense has a knife. The defendant has a knife. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear the explanation from the chief of police himself. Terribly sorry, but could you testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. No problem. Not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, huh? Not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk about it much. Gonna play the other games in the series, or are you gonna be done with this one? So I do want to play the other ones in the series. The problem is, so my favorite Ace Attorney game is actually Dual Destinies. The problem is that Dual Destinies requires like a couple of games of context. The thing with Dual Destinies is that you can play it on its own. You can play it on its own as a standalone, and you're just gonna kind of have a couple of questions about characters. Like, you're not gonna totally know like all of the relationships between certain people and things like that. But thank you for the follow, Demon. The thing with Dual Destinies is that it makes the most amount of sense if you play it as huge respect for that avatar. Oh, thank you. The thing with Dual Destinies is it makes a lot more sense if you know the context going in of who all the characters are, because the thing with Dual Destinies is it takes place after Apollo's game. So there's been this like huge gap in time. And then also like it's like Phoenix's first time back on this back in the courtroom after certain events for people who are here that maybe don't know what those events are. So like I would want to skip to Dual Destinies, but we need like the context before we get there. As for what game I'll play next in the series, I'll probably just move on to the second one, because I can't move to the Apollo games because Apollo requires the first 3 games of context. So it's like you kind of just really got to play them in order. I might put the series down for like a second just to kind of get back onto a regular schedule, but I do intend to play the other ones. PD is best. I like it, but it's rare to hear that's someone's fave. I kind of feel the same way. I very rarely run into people that say that Dual Destinies was their favorite game. I genuinely really liked it. Doesn't investigations happen between... I actually don't know. That one I don't know. I have it, but I don't know when that one takes place. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure that it does take place between like the main trilogy and Apollo. It's kind of like happening like simultaneously. That's hush-hush information, Aji. I haven't exactly announced it. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Order. Anyway, we at the police department, we're all afluster, and you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places? The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Apartment in disorder. Cross-examination. This knife is special. Oh, wait, no, I have to go back. Whee! Backwards. You have to kind of press, like, everything because you don't know what exactly sticks out, usually right away. Excuse me, special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, righto! But I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the crime scene? That's quite a mystery. And I like a mystery. It's wrapped in something. Like a muffler. Unless there's evidence that proves a connection between this knife and Goodman. Okay. This knife was found on the scene, oh my god. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I can read. I think that makes it connected to this case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department that I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can. Okay, so I need to look at it again. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL-92. What's that supposed to mean? Not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. L6? Maybe it's a case number? Weird, but I don't remember where. I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. Wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Okay, so... Aha! Not upside down. L. Not, yeah, it's this. Because if you look at this, you turn it. Can I turn this upside down? Whee. U67S. G-67S. 6-7S. Should try presenting the piece of evidence that's stumped me all this time. It's the... I have it. I know what the answer is. I have the answer. This one. Stop right there. Wait a second. Oh, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean? From Udgy. This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9 or SL-92. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. This. 6 minus 7S 12 2. Your Honor, it's upside down. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL-9. That's the same thing as written on the knife's tag. Are all those higher-ups always villains? What if the judge is next? Order. Order. Well, Chief? Well. That's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? Uh-huh. Who is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. But why? Do tell me more about that, please. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So, this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. And to think there isn't a connection there. A bad day for the police department. We weren't in any shape to do the investigation. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter. I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. It's the third time that someone's tried to blame Edgeworth. He and Maya both just cannot catch a break. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? A detective was killed at the police department. Tell me about that. On the same day that the detective was killed at the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Edgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact. Arrested? That's quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. Suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. What? We already know when the victim was killed. He said 5:15. We know that he was... No, did he say that he was stabbed? He didn't. Victim was at the police department. The victim died at 5:15, so how were they killed? Also, as for your hydrate, please give me just a second. I have to figure out where I set my... Here it is. Set it next to me. Ah! I got like a... I don't know what it is, but I've been like super like water heavy recently. Like I've just been like drinking like a ton of water for like no reason. But I don't want to just like drink like normal water because I'm a monster, and so I have my crystal light. I have a little crystal light thingy with me. For a cop, he really isn't helping. So, does anybody like actually know what like the chief of police does? Because I don't. Isn't because they don't like do field work. From what I understand, they just like handle a bunch of public relations and like a lot of paperwork. They don't like actually investigate anything. They don't investigate anything. They're not out on like the scene of crimes unless it's like really super, super serious or something like that. Like, I feel like the chief of police is mostly just kind of like a PR person. But I could be wrong. I don't really know how like police is structured. My model's gonna look kind of funny for a second because I'm shaking my water bottle. There we go. Okay. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. That's what we in the force call a stabbing. I knew it. With a knife. A knife. The exact same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than just the cause of death. I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. time of the crime. Okay, so 5:15. That's when Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? Murder at the prosecutor's place and murder at our own place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there is a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked, but why not? How can you say that there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto, you understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove that there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties these two murders together. There it is, I'd better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And the knife! What is it doing there? Better check this knife out. So I have to... No, not present. The court record, please. Don't want to present anything. I just want to look at the court record. Just don't let me press present. I already, like, linked the tag. Already pressed the button. There's, like, something smudged on the handle. I don't know what they want out of me. Knife was evidence stolen from the department's evidence room. Weren't in any shape to do. He kind of... Wait a second. The time of the crime was 5:15. Oh. Oh my god, I don't know. Did I press him on this? So this knife. Stolen. Yes, but on... No, I did. I already read that. Found in the exhaust pipe. I feel like I asked him the wrong question. Because it's like, he said he was like... Manfred Von Darling. Hello. always forget about your name. Why didn't you ask? Hold on. I think I asked him, because so... Okay, so he said he'd only answer one question, but maybe... I don't remember what statement I pressed it on, so we're gonna kind of look through a bunch of them really fast. See if he lets me ask another question. Data on the case. Okay, he will let me ask him one more question, so let's just go down the list. Where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. What? But he was at the police department! But I can say that the crime took place in the evidence room. Okay? The evidence room. Wait a second, I've heard of that. In the evidence room, didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? The knife was evidence in the case, in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There is a connection between these two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the links between these two cases established, we can finally have some leverage. Now, we can get Gant to testify about these details. So... do I have to press him on this again, then? Oh, wait, no. I found the link, so hold on. I'm doing this wrong. There is a connection. Time of the crime, it's not officially linked. Yes, it is. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. Thank you. Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place. You mentioned the testimony we just heard. The knife was found in a lot that was stolen from the from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had this on him, the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in the very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for this to just be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right there. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's not official or anything. What? Really? Would have guessed. I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the names of the victim at the department, okay? Oh, I didn't realize that he was just adding on one statement. I thought it was another. Hold on. I gotta go back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me your information. If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff, and you gotta do everything properly. I did not mean to click that part of me. Well, guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Give me his ID number. Can you tell me about the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. Keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. Number is 584-2189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It's driving me nuts. 82, I can't do it. Don't even get the right first numbers right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? Yes, it does. It tells me a lot, actually. Yes. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning. Has to be what I think it is. What does it mean? Let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something? What does it tell you? It's the same as Goodman's ID. I did not mean to do that. Meh. The same. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused. And this news? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department and the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh? Is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. And... means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. It started with 82. I've forgotten. Didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number that the chief of police gave us was 584-2189. Wait a second. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Sharp as a tack, righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a detective, Bruce Goodman, was killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the same time. That's impossible. So what you're saying is that the same person was killed at the same time in a completely different location. Order. Order. Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now, just a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare we informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name was written at the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure that officer was capable of making the connection. It'd seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of your duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then Awkward silence like murders me. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Oh, Mr. Wright? Well, it's, rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? He couldn't submit this evidence until the connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over there. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I'm just doing my job. No! It looks like he's deep eye bags as if he didn't sleep for nights. He probably hasn't. I'd like full-heartedly believe that Edgeworth doesn't sleep much in general. Seems that we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, but with those rumors and all, you were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack in diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Mr. Edgeworth? I don't think there's ever been an error in this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Water. Save your progress. Day 2, investigation. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Wright? So, what's going on with this case anyway? I'm a little confused. Let's see. What's going on? Oh my god. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police's department evidence room. What is this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do this. She's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, alright? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think that we should worry about the murder, or the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. Oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over, but the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Though she says they don't get along, Emma really does like her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Hurts for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. That grin for. This situation calls for one thing, and that's luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust your eyes, or never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. You're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Add an extra pair of those things? Oh, the screen just got very red. Okay. To test for blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. See, like this. Press enter to spray it on. Okay. Okay, let's find ourselves some bloodstains. Okay, well... on the ground. The true crime mermaid. Oh, wait, are there more? Oh, no, I just have to... Never mind. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, this is a bloodstain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's my first time seeing real blood. Which is... That cannot be true. Girl, have you never tripped and, like, scraped your knee? You've seen real blood. You've just never seen crime scene blood. That's a the difference in context. You have seen blood. Especially if you're a girl. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain, but doesn't something strike you as odd? Specifically speaking, or scientifically speaking, of course. How are you spraying it from across the garage? Maybe they have it in, like, you know how, like, when you have spray bottles, you can make it either a mist or, like, you can, like, make the squirt, like, the squirt out of the bottle, like, really super thin and, like, precise. Maybe that's what they were doing. What's odd about this specifically? The location, because it's, like, not where the body is. What's the bloodstain's location? Of course. Gotta spray the whole neighborhood, typos. Why is that elementary? I mean, I would think that if there was a fight, you'd expect some bloodstains here. I suppose you might think that. Come on, Mr. Wright, we're counting on you. Oh, was I wrong? Not the location of blood, then maybe it's the amount that's odd? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. They fought here. There could have been a lot more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up on the floor plans where or when we find a bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. Have you ever seen that crime scene cleaner game? You mean Viscera Cleanup? Is that what it's called? I think I have it. Hold on. think I know which one you're talking about. Hold on. I'm like 100% sure I know what game you're talking about. It's like old now, isn't it? Like pretty old. No, it's just literally called Crime Scene Cleaner. Oh, no, then I don't. There's a different one that came out like ages ago. What is that one called? That one's called Viscera Cleanup Detail. Is the really old one. Like, I don't even, when did this come out? I call it old, but watch it only be like from like 2016 or something. Oh my god, it says 2015. I'm right. I'm calling it old. I guess that is like 10 years ago at this point. 2015, October 23rd, 2015. That's 9 years ago. Would you play it? The Crime Scene Cleanup? Probably. Trying to get my Christmas shopping done. Yeah, I would play it. I really liked the cleanup detail. The thing is, though, the cleanup detail is so much more fun when you have like a group. Doing good! Hi, Epic! I saved up my allowance to buy that. Okay, first off, you don't just... Can you just buy luminol? Can you just... Hold on. Can you just buy luminol? Or do you have to, like, make it? Can you buy luminol? Oh my god, you can. Holy shit, you can actually just buy luminol? I thought you had to, like, make it, or, like, you could only, like, find it in, like, labs or something. No, you can just get a straight up Crime Scene luminol powdered. $16 on Amazon. You can also buy it from Tritech Forensics in a liquid form from $20 to $50, depending upon the size of which you want. You can get a 4-ounce, an 8-ounce, or a 16-ounce. This is not information that I needed to know, but like I didn't know that you could just purchase luminol. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view on the case. Let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything vicious. Ah! Oh, she's here. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to the nice deli box. Miss Starr! And, oh wait, you truly don't trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead in that kind of lead in doesn't really get, oh my god, that kind of lead in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Gah. I just could not focus. Today's trial, you certainly put me on a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid that that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see? I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, did you forget don't forget what's important here? Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. It's called perjury. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes.
It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Popped it up.
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day, I dragged dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long, they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought it was something, or someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired?
I felt that if I found my dream job, I would become an investigator. If these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident.
L-9. Wait, she doesn't mean... Okay, so if I show her... Can I show this to her? I accidentally killed all the people I tried to interrogate. Can I just, like, show her the knife? Is a small tag on the knife? No, that's not what I wanted. Gonna run the same. Can I just present the knife, please? Present.
What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for a transferal to the, the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think that you could tell us more about the SL9 incident?
I guess not, because... You think about this... She's gonna say the same thing. Okay. It's due for transferal. Not over. Not yet. Can you tell us more about the case? But then she won't say anything. Or I guess maybe I can show her the ID? Summer, you're being investigated for a murder. Murder weapon was your look.
I had one of those until up to 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right?
We found this ID card here in this parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking it. It's definitely Goodman's.
But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department.
That's impossible.
I could be so sure. Okay, so then you are of no help to me if you can't tell me anything else. We did mention the photo. Can you talk to us about the photo?
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So you went straight to the scene of the crime?
I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime?
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
The 5 minutes that you weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You were lying on... Your lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before.
And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again.
Just like that time.
That time?
Can you... Finally. Okay, SL9 instant. That incident really opened... Oh, wait. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago. It was one of the biggest cases I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they were executed? They executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with that case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of the job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person know well. Wait, could it be... Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated the case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case. A hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. So, Miss Star's old boyfriends, how many does she have, anyway? When all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yeah? Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy that might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your... Are you going out? Why would you want to know? Just wondering what happened to him. Long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along well with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me back then, too. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Hi, Ghost. Thank you. Bonk. I don't know what my bonk, like, this one? No, this is a head pat. Oh, I guess, I don't know what my bonk number is. Shoot. No. There it is. Bonk. I had to find my hotkey for it. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, Okay, so is he gonna be at the police department then? February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. Little kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene? Let's go take a look. Hold on, we have to pay our respects to the Blue Badger. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today. We have to pay our respects to the Blue Badger. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. What does that mean? Guard station? Knock knock, I'm here to see the stuff. Oh, hey. Wait, why is he in the guard station? Evidence room, entrance, guard station, February 23rd. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti! They're so prickly! It's so imposing. Hard to think straight. If you can't handle a cacti, then stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is the guard station, then where's the guard? I'm feeling I know who he already is. It's a big mystery. Personally, I think the fact that he's got whiskey bottles everywhere is kind of funny. So I can't go in there without... Also, love that he set a trap. The evidence room is beyond this door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You really thought it would open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. I love that he's, like, set, like, a lasso trap here. Like, if you get too close to the door, it's gonna, like, string you up from the ceiling. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something? A trap here? Wait, I know! Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. Sure have an active imagination. Okay, so I have to go find the guy. Police department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Isn't that one steak lunch, please? Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now is not the time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What all I need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now is no time for despair. We've caught ourselves a criminal. Now, we just need evidence. Criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police evidence room, right, pal? Same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact. Make a scandal to hit the station ages. It's topsy-turvy. But, Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. And then he leaves. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. What? No, is that why he's not there? Are they pinning it on the Western guy? Ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start.
Criminal Affairs Department. Hold on. Back to the office. I go to the detention center. I swear to God, if Edgeworth shows up behind this glass, I'm gonna be super mad, but I don't think it's him. I think that they're gonna are they blaming it on the Western guy? February 23rd, detention center visitors room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? I mean, yeah, I guess they did. Best not to come too far down the road right now. You're just confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator I perpetrated against, sir. That's what. No, is it Meekins? No, it's Meekins! Why is he being accused? Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins! So, you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I am not, sir. I am a lost little patrolman, like a lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, oh, how do I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? You... Officer Meekins. You didn't, did you? Ugh. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. He's injured too. What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Stop it. Sir, I am a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Oh. Are you just fine, Officer Meekins? I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The evidence station, or the guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. Normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, because the evidence room is kept in the, or because the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. Suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. What is he doing? So, what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, and I blacked out. When I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. The bandage on his hand is just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Also, maybe about the victim. I don't mean to pry, but you're the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me a victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention. And alive, and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I would say that it leans heavily on the side of total stranger. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in the tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. Well, if he was a total stranger, then why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None.
Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Okay, so then what happened to your hand? About your hand. That happened during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, that there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Tell the truth, sir, when it happened. When the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. Next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow. Can you imagine how I felt? Victim's body disappeared. Some story. Okay, we will come back to this. I want to talk to Gumshoe a little bit more. Oh, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder in the detective in the police department. Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time as the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, making my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's check out the police department's crime scene. Yeah, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anybody wants more mysterious or mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Okay, so let's go back to the entrance really fast. So he went off to the evidence room, didn't he? I thought that... Maybe he didn't. For some reason, I thought that Gumshoe went to the... Do I have to keep talking to Deacons? I'm kind of curious on what his thoughts are on the Blue Badger. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? I don't really know what that is. Aww. You should ask Mr. Edgeworth. Passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Okay, so... The knife, maybe? This is for you. I'm scared of knives, sir. Oh god, everything, he keeps talking. That's it, sir. Last night, sir, that's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dreams, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. Reacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Can you tell me about Mr. Goodman, maybe? You think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was blank until this very moment, but sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Okay, so what's wrong with the card? Can you tell me what it is that you do remember? Well, sir, you might say that I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked that man to show me his ID card. Oh, that sounds pretty much like by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What happened, or what did he do?
That's the thing, he suddenly pointed a knife at me. What?
Sir, I assure you, I was the one that was flustered, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do upon others before they do upon you. Those are my father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white, and then when I awoke, I was here. Right.
So, Officer Meekins, was it that why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. So in other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's right, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That's it. I did say something along those lines.
But you still ended up here?
He told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, on that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly?
No, but the videotape was quite clear.
Videotape?
From the security room. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on the tape. And you waited until now to tell us this. I am sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. Well, no, thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Okay, so if there's a tape, then howdy hooty, let me into the crime scene, please. Oh, wait, no. Just walk in, it's not open, blah, 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 blah. Wait. Computers! There's no clues here. Okay. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there.
Okay, so I can't die. That cactus is really cool. I like the cactus. The cactus is nice. The thing, okay, so like my grandparents live in Arizona, right? Fun fact for those of you that either don't live in the US or do live in the US and just don't know this about Arizona specifically. Did you know that it is illegal to cut down a saguaro cactus? Saguaro cactus? It is illegal. You cannot cut them down. You can't even move them. Like, so like if this cactus, let's say like this cactus specifically was like growing in your yard, right? Let's say you had one that was like 15 feet tall and it's been living in your yard since you like moved into the house, right? Let's say like a really bad windstorm or something comes in, like a big dust storm comes through and one of like the arms snaps off and falls into your yard. What would you do? You'd move it, right? You'd be like, oh, it's like a branch off a tree. I just got to get it out of my yard. No. You can't do that in Arizona. You have to call the city and get a license to move the broken off branch of the saguaro cactus out of your lawn. You can't cut them down. You can't move them. You can't even touch them, really, without having some kind of like permit from the city. From the city, and it's all state regulated and everything. In Oklahoma, it's illegal to have a sleeping donkey in your bathtub after 7 p.m. Other dumb laws do I know? I know that, isn't it in like Alabama you can't have like ice cream in your back pocket or something like that? Like there was a really specific reason why that one went into play. It was because people were stealing each other's horses by having them follow them, because it wasn't like technically considered stealing a horse because they never touched them. So they would put like ice cream in their back pockets and the ice cream, and it would like attract the horse, and then the horse would follow them, trying to get the ice cream out of their back pockets, and so people would like steal horses that way. So they had to make it illegal for you to have ice cream in your back pocket to like curb people stealing each other's horses. I don't actually know if that's like still on the books or anything. I don't know if that's like still an enforced law, but like it's also illegal to go whaling in Nebraska. You can't even whale in Nebraska. There's no whales. Unless whaling means something different. I have a chair that is stuck. Chair. Hurting me, and I need to get it out. Oh! I had like one hair that was like stuck. Okay. But yeah, if you have one of these like big ass cactuses in your yard, you literally can't just regular whaling. What? If you have one of these like these huge cactuses in your yard, you can't touch them. Not without a permit from the city. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Man, it looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. Leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... What is that called again? Punchy? Punchy? Pinchy? Oh, I know, a poochie! It's a poncho. Maybe that isn't it. It's a poncho, and I didn't think I'll keep... And I think I'll keep that information myself for the time being. Okay, so if the... Oh, she's saying something serious. I thought it was just gonna be something normal. I was like, oh, this cactus is pointy. It's like, yes, it is. And then they, like, moved on. Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing out in every direction. Like her. Oh, she's comparing her sister to a cactus. That's what... Okay, so... They say I keep needing to investigate the crime scene. Do I need to go to the parking lot crime scene then? What? I don't know where he is. High Prosecutor's Office. What about Edgeworth? Does Edgeworth have anything to say? February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll be as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. He's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Ugh! Why is nobody where I need them to be? High Prosecutor's Office, Police Department entrance, Detention Center. Can I go to Criminal Affairs? Again? Try this again? Yes! There we go. February 23rd, Police Department Station, or Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, hmm? Know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. I checked all the drawers, lockers. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, and under the seat cushions, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal copy machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you'll call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks kind of flustered. Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Why does he always ask people if they swim? Is he planning to throw us in the ocean and he's trying to gauge who can and can't make it back to shore? Is that what's going on here? Is he like, oh, maybe I should throw this? I don't like this person. I'm just going to throw them in the river. So I'm going to ask them first if they can swim just to know if they'll be able to get out. Is that why he starts every conversation like that?
To Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Saluting him, Mr. Wright. Do you know where Edgeworth is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Wait, are they talking about... Sounds like an inquisition. Did they, like, search his office up and were they talking about Edgeworth? Oh, yeah. They've had no end of trouble with that boy since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, doesn't it? And you've got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Irma. A legend he was. Undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so that he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Evidence room incident. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective's getting killed on our turf, too, I mean. There being the prosecutors, I guess? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Redmond was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto. I can't give all our secrets away just like that. And this in particular, well, a little sensitive. And I can't talk about it. I'm expecting much anyway. God, I'm getting, like, flashbacks of, like, my brother. I say flashbacks as if, like, this happened a long time ago, but, like, my brother also can't talk about his job. My brother works for, it's no longer Ball, it's BAE, because they, like, sold off their aerospace department, but, like, my brother works for them, and he works on, like, massive projects that he literally can't tell us anything about because they're, like, government secrets and things like that. And so, like, we genuinely cannot, like, he cannot tell us anything. There are pictures of him in my house, like, of him, like, at work and things like that have been, like, released to us. And I do mean released to us. Like, he had to have permission from his workplace to let us have these pictures, that I cannot show these pictures to anybody. I can't take pictures of them. I can't put them online. I can show people in person, but that is the only people that get to see it. They have to see the picture in person to see them. And he can't tell us about anything that he does at work. He can tell us, like, small things. He can tell us, like, small things about like contracts that he's working on that aren't, like, that you don't require clearance for, but, like, I can't talk because that's because I'm dumb and not because of an NDA. I don't even know if it's technically considered an NDA at that point. Like, he signs contracts saying that he's not allowed to talk about things, but I don't know if that's an NDA or it's because he has because it's a government thing. Because I don't know if that's, like, the same kind of contract, but it's the same idea. But he constantly, he'll come over for, like, Sunday dinner or something like that, and he'll be talking about work, and he, like, will stop in the middle of a sentence going, oh wait, I can't say that, and then he'll, like, move on to a totally different subject because he's realized that he started saying something that he can't talk about, or he, like, can't talk about the details of whatever he was talking about anymore, and so he has to stop in the middle of a story to move on out of nowhere because he can't keep going. And this whole, like, I can't, like, talk about things, kind of secret stuff that this guy keeps talking about just is reminding me so much of, like, how my older brother talks to us about work. Only way less condescending. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Can't talk about the cool aliens that he's hanging out with all day. He doesn't... No, I was gonna say he doesn't really work with, like, things that would, like, deal with aliens, but that's not necessarily true. Because, like, a lot of the stuff that he builds goes into space.
He builds like satellites and pieces for like rockets and planes. Stuff like I don't know, the biggest one that he's working on is he's doing this like really cool satellite that I don't know a whole lot of details about, but he's working on a sick ass satellite gonna go up into space. I do know that there's pictures of my cat on the ISS because they were sending something up to the ISS, and on it they sent a flash drive of all of like these pictures of like the pets of like workers in their department, and so they like had everybody like collect a whole bunch of pictures of like their pets and things, and so my picture, there's a picture of my cat in space, which is kind of cool. It was the one you were picking on earlier. Oh, you saw that? Oops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can ask him discreetly about it. I'm like afraid of showing him evidence because I'm afraid he's gonna like take my evidence. What am I supposed to talk to him about? I kind of want to know what he thinks about this. Did you take a look at this? Sorry, I through with that stuff. I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. Oh, he does have something to say about the Blue Badger. The guy who can't seem to sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing Blue Badger. What am I supposed to talk to him about? Do I need to go find Edgeworth? Because I don't think he's gonna tell me anything. See if we can figure out how to discreetly ask him. Okay, so I do need to show him something. Hey, can you tell me about this knife? Wondering if you could take a look at this. Okay, so he's... Got the ID card. No. Do I not have what he wants? Hold on, maybe he said to go find Gumshoe. Maybe not. Gumshoe's not here. We're still not here. I don't think I have anything to talk to any of them about. I have to show him something. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking. Thank you for the head pats. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Problem is, I don't think he's gonna tell me anything. Last time I give you a head pat, sorry. He's still not back. mother is texting me. Sorry, hold on. My mother is texting me. Okay. I don't have anything to show him, and if he's not gonna... Can you talk to me? Sorry you had to see that. No, what exactly did the chief of police want you? You see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. No, nothing belonged to Detective Goodman is still there. It's not. No, except for this. Wait, you kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. The lost item report, but it's still only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? Date on it is February 21st. Make note of that just in case. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Nice to see you, sir. They won't let me in! Texas. What exactly is this? Last item report, 221, Bruce Goodman. He's writing his ID number wrong. That's weird. Can we have permission to enter? Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come that Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if we could go investigate the evidence room. Now, Righto. Actually, sorry, I don't need to investigate it at all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd probably give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourselves out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? This is a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You'd best run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Let me ask him for $50. He looks pretty cool in my label, doesn't it? Or it looks pretty cool in my label, huh? A real ID. Seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on you. I hate that it keeps making me go all the way to the entrance just to go into the guard station. Can I go in now? The evidence room is beyond that door. We have the ID card from Chief Grant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader's turned off, see? What's that security guard thinking? What do you mean? Wouldn't that be the safest way if you're not here to guard it? Turning off the card reader so nobody can go in? Seems like logical to me. Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? Why does it have to be him? Look for. As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeah? That card you got there on your chest. It's better than the sheriff's badge in these parts. It's high-tide.
Kira's been making you play a lot of Overwatch, hasn't she?
Yeehaw. Oh, what are you standing there for? Long little doggies. Crime scene's awaiting.
The card reader's on again.
While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy. But I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres.
You're busy then. Did I say that?
I only said that I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Hey, guess what? You're talking to me anyway.
I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed in the wild prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter. I say a little prayer.
What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk.
You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. No idea what he was going to talk about either. Well, in that case, we need to get cracking on this investigation. I have a thingy. Hey, Mr. Man, I have a lunch for you.
Talk to me now.
That reminds me of Texas. Oh, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. This is from my baby. Well, yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What? What's wrong?
My steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch was given to Officer Marshall.
All right, you win.
Ask anything.
Well, yeah, it seems like I used to play Overwatch 1 a lot. Oh, so then you're probably like having quite a bit of fun with the whole like back. Like they're doing like this like event right now where they're like setting everything back to like what it looked like originally.
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of the security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job. I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
Oh, that poor little doggy?
Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, might not look like it, but I lost my fire for my job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my speed Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
Boot Hill, you're looking a bit different. This is not Boot Hill. I've been trying to unlock crap in Black Ops 6, so I can help Howler. I don't have Black Ops 6. I don't really intend to buy it. It's just entirely too expensive, and I'm perfectly fine with Modern Warfare.
There's no need for people here anyhow.
Newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. They're kind of like that stew. Oh my god, kind of like the stewed broccoli. That steak. Oh my god, kind of like the stewed broccoli that sneaks in next to your steak. Oh my god, I could not read that for some reason.
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It's always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler in the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in the prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL-9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books. But it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what exactly happened. There's some things that you're better off not knowing than... Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Talking about the transferals too. I might watch Spy Family with Mama Ghost later. I want to the Spy Family movie. I haven't seen it yet. I've seen like, or actually that's not true. I've seen like the beginning of it, but I got busy and I wasn't able to finish it. I want to watch Spy Family with my mom so bad because I think she would like genuinely like it. The problem is that it's so hard to introduce my mom to anime because it's like a lot of it has like these tropes that like I'm used to that she's not used to, and so like my mom is familiar with anime as like a concept, and she's seen like some. Like, she liked Bleach, weirdly enough. She liked the first, like, season or 2 of Bleach. We watched it when I got sick. And then she likes, like, old school stuff. But, like, newer stuff I'm worried is gonna just, like, freak her out. You know what? Maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen! Like I said, me and machines, well... I like them about as much as stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. The ones that Officer Meekins... Nothing happens. The tapes are automatically erased after a few hours. Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman are on one of those tapes. I reckon they might be. The security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Card reader by the door. Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. How much is in that flask? He takes a drink every time he talks. So this is the ID card record. Why is this one all 7s? Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. That's the ID we're looking at. Sorry, I can't show you more than that. Haven't you heard whether this is related to the case? Or I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. I saw that number on the record just now. I've seen that number before. There's some way that I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. See my comment about Yor. My mom told me that Yor would be my wife because I only like red flags. I was like, you are not wrong. I don't know. She definitely has some red flags, I guess, but like of all of like, I feel like of all like the women in like anime of like family, in like a family setting, I feel like she's not an awful pick. Like she genuinely loves her family. She works hard. She genuinely works. She loves her family. She works hard. She would kill for her. She would kill for Anya. Like I don't know. She's a good mom to me. Sorry, but could you explain that whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So, we can reinvestigate them if it turns out that there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. We call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. So, and that's what happened to Essel 2 days ago. Do you handle lost items at all? I think he did. Like, we need evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Well, we have this.
Yeah, he didn't. Well, we can go in the room now, so we can come back. Back and talk to him. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. Oh, this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. It's more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Ugh. Whoa. She slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I would not recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true, what I heard? I look like a selfish man. Heck, if someone asked me to borrow, can I borrow $50, I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire, knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50, even me. So that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. Now you're a boss for the day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Floor room plans. I am gonna be right back. I'm, like, getting hungry. I'm just gonna go get a snack really fast. I'm just gonna go grab a little snack really quick. Give me, like, 5 seconds to go downstairs. Hold on.
It's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. It's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer. I'm not supposed to know all that. The silence answer. I've got to let it go. always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. How long's the shoreline anyway? I measured every other day. Tide washes all my work away. How long's the shoreline anyway? But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer. I'm not supposed to know. Oh, that the silence answer. I've got to let it go. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer. I'm not supposed to know. Oh, that the silence answer. I've got to let it go now. It's not the same when I'm with you. You open up, I fall right through. Came out a different shade of blue. It's not the same when I'm with you. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again.
Okay. I return. I have a snack. I got a bit distracted. There was a dog toy on the table. We don't have a dog, and so I got really confused. It's for my Aunt Rita's dog for Christmas. It's one of those like squeaky pig things, and so I got a little distracted going around the house squeaking at people. Okay, so it was just, I don't know, it just goes like it goes like it doesn't squeak, it like honks, kind of a thing. Like, you know those like rubber chickens? Think of those, only it's like snorting. And so like I picked it up off the table and I like squeezed it. That made me laugh, and so I went around to my dad and my mom and I squeezed it at them. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, you're the boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, then why are you here all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, too. Of course, I am a detective after all. It gave me a locker that only I can open. Only
only you can open. Have you seen Edgeworth? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right? Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate? Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. It was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID cards? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Well, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, well, but I can't lose my own right hand. And oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. Each locker is coded with a fingerprint. The only locker we can open is our own. See? They look like normal lockers. Sorry.
Mag is disagreeing with me. Ah, my snack is fighting back. It's just popcorn. Okay. I'm okay now. Why am I blushing? Oh my god, my eyes got all watery. Sorry. Oh my god. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. The wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. So, in any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Oh. Can you tell me about the incident? Dr. Goodman's note and that switchblade. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised out of anyone. Because of the SL9 incident connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know? 2 years ago? That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case? You know, that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing? A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill. About forged evidence? Supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of evidence locker himself? I already showed him the knife, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I can check it? Okay. Can I look around the room a little? Because there's like a whole bunch of stuff here.
Look, there's one open. And the red light indicator above, or oh my god, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker's coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprints. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
Empty. Contents elsewhere.
Look at all the paint. What is a saw and paint doing here? Dawn of time. True art has always been a war against oppression. Art. I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Dr. Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out like some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of the SL9 evidence. Wonder what shape these pieces were before whatever it was broke. Want to try to put it back together? Good luck, pal. That job's not for amateurs. I spent 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Oh, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest of the pieces together. Okay. So do they want me to, like... Hold on. Puzzle time. Oh, shoot. No, I didn't mean to go out of it. Maybe some of the pieces are missing. Give it another shot later. Wait, no, hold on. No, hold on. Let me look at it again. And yes, I do see the bloody handprint on the wall. We'll deal with that in just a second. I need another look at it. And probably missing pieces, but like... Because I don't have anything that, like, matches that. Hold on. With a flat end. That's the top. It's a vase. Vase, clearly, but... No, I don't have the right bottom piece here. Yeah, never mind. Hold on. We're getting somewhere. I just gotta look at everything. That's the... There we go. That's all I get to work with? What do you mean? What do you mean that's not it? Fine, this one. I am missing a piece, though. I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it. Some of the pieces were stolen? Thought they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. It's kind of I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Jar pieced together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. That blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. When he tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in this room? Should use her testing fluid to check it out. Luminol. I love that she wrote her name on the bottom of it. That's so funny. How am I supposed? Wait, but how do I use it? Oh, spray. There we go. There we go. Don't mind me, Emma. I'm just gonna, like, empty your entire bottle of luminol. I'm sure you saved up a lot of money for it, but, like, you don't really need it, right? That must have been one massive pool of blood. Seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Blue blood? Maybe Detective Goodman? Actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of the locker. I'll make a note of it in the report. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I didn't hurt a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? It's an important clue. I gotta jot it down on the floor plan. Counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. That's all of it. It's like gonna stop me at some point. It's gonna be like, you might need to stop doing that. I think we're done. Okay. So we have Some evidence. So can you give me the tape then? Not. Or actually, do you know anything about this? No. Of course you don't. No, you don't know anything about the lockers, do you either? Because you're not... Well, no, you would have... I guess maybe you didn't. I was gonna say he would have had one. I guess maybe he didn't. Never mind. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about the base? Speaking as a detective, I see a piece of evidence and I know nothing about it, I say nothing. Okay, so he doesn't know anything. No, the police lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening, but at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Okay. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Can I, like, look at that again? No. Okay. Oh. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Oh, it's got a tag. It's got a taggy. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? Cannot things. Okay. It does have a tag. Rubber glove has been added to the court record. Won't open. We already dealt with the vase. Guess the pieces together, you get a jar, it's unstable. Maybe I did miss something. Oh, hold on. No, maybe I didn't. I don't think I have anything else here, and he won't talk to me, so... I think Edgeworth's back? Are you back yet? No. You know what? Actually, there is one more thing I want to try spraying in there. I lost track of where I was trying to go, pardon me. Oh! I was right! It was the only locker that didn't look the same. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reaction for the murderer, or there's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might just be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. I'd better jot this down in the floor plans. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. Did Detective Gumshoe put this here? Oh my god, why are we always blaming it on him? How do you know? If we leave things hanging out like that, evidence gets ripped or dirty. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like the Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too. But he doesn't. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under his trench coat, either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it in front of them, pal. Why is there like a car door here? Look at this big pile of junk in the corner. It looks like a car door. A pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles of the testing range. For the range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. I don't know what to do at this point. I'm trying to figure out, like, what... Because I have a feeling we need to talk to Edgeworth, but, like, he's just not showing up, you know? And every time that I, like, go to his office, he's not there. He's just not here. Which makes me think that I've forgotten something. Well, can I ask him about this? Oh wait, no, I need to examine that. It has the little tag on it. Tag says SL9-11. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. What is confusing about it? Do you know how many other things, how many other words sound like that? Bag, gag, mag, lag, zag, gag. Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Guess that's it. Can I, like, closer? Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here. Like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. The jar was evidence for the spring incident. That might be when the blood got on it. I must be missing something in the evidence room. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole this is. Oh, that's my personal pole! I never did get around to using it, though. Wait, I've seen this somewhere before. Oh, that's the metal detector!
The one that led to the solving of the case at Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow. Feels like it's ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving cases sooner or later. A cheap-looking box? Can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta put it in their heart. That's not. That's everything. He doesn't have anything else to say, right? No. I already examined everything in here, right? I'm lost. What am I looking for? Did I already show him this? Be like, hey, I'm looking for your friend. The victim's ID card. The one that was found on the ground in the parking lot? Number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. I guess I didn't show him the ID. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. Used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. More, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! If he had his ID card, then why did he point the knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give this ID card record. I got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Oh, so that I can, like, gather and figure out who was who? Well, Gumshoe would have one. Did you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Oh, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came. Whoa! What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, detective, is it? It's Mr. Edgeworth's. What? The second number on this list, it belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Who would Edgeworth have come into the evidence room? Wow, look at the time. Or anything, or was there something that you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth Inquiry Committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. It might help you, you know. Report? I mean, you mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing about no problems? It's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about here. I'm sure that he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Oh, is he finally here? The ground parking lot. Actually, I want to look at that list again.
He was in there like 45 minutes before the victim. But who's this? And there were 2 punch-ins at 5:14, so who's that? February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202, Bellboy? Oh, guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere before? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Edgeworth here? They're sitting by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, are you back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Oh, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes. Apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. We're lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for tomorrow's trial? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Grant. Gant, not Grant, pardon me. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, you ask? Why? Or why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... I've seen him this out of sorts. Okay, so I need to show him the list and ask him why he was there. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, This? A record of the ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room on that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less? Yes, that's true. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecution's office. It was solved, right? It would have to be if it was in evidence already filed. Chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. And I asked what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. AI-16. Covered as always. I told you that this has nothing to do with the current case. I don't know about that. The tag says AI-16. That got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth says. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows, this might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. That'd be nice. Just a screwdriver.
Okay. You know anything about the vase? Prosecutor, in this case, you don't expect me to sit here and just... Yes, okay, so... Mr. Wright, you just told... Or, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in the most polite manner. Whose side are you on? Okay, so he doesn't know anything for that. Maybe if I show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. My best evidence? This? Okay, so this is not it. Yay, we get to play the guessing game. Take this. Ow. Take... that. Oh, I found it. It all has to do with that case that you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicions you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Thank you, Ghost. I figured I'd have to tell you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Hey, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. I love that it implies that he lies to us. The SL-9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of investigations was the deputy chief of police at the time. Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in that case 2 years ago then? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Ow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? I like Edgeworth as much as I like Dr. Ratio. There's nothing wrong with Edgeworth. He's fine. At least Edgeworth has has the decency to treat you like a person. I don't think Dr. Ratio does. If you don't come at him with a calculus book in your hand, I don't think he's gonna even give you the time of day. And even then, he would still find a way to call you stupid. What I want to know is why the deputy chief of police was on that investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than usual. We were dealing with a vicious murderer, and if I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Didn't. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything within my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. Faithfully, pardon me. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. Sure. What? If you were still studying forensic science? Yeah, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were testing this. 0 points. Next. Get out. You failed. Get out. And he just throws shit at you. Luminal testing fluid, huh? Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. Been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know? I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth. Really, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files and, for everyone involved. Thanks. About giving these to Gumshoe as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. You seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere, so we need to go to the evidence room again. Trying not to crunch on my snack into the mic, but I also don't want it to, I don't want it to just sit here, you know? February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So, let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. This one. Okay, now it's time to check the prints. Let me show you how it's done. Starting to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Do that. Enter, see? Oh, looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, we can just blow it away. How do I do that? E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Okay, so... Is too much? Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. Mean. I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have been wearing gloves. Tell me we've been wasting our time. Hey, calm down. It's just this. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door closely again. It seems there are other fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. This one. Not enough. No, did I like... I didn't like what I did. I have a fingerprint. Why does it tell me that it's not ready? Onto a different finger. But that's it! Is there more? Is that the issue? Is it gonna complain at me because there's more? Hold on, we'll do this. No stone left unturned. No, it's still just one. Okay, I have a fingerprint. Okay, so does it... I can't leave this, so is there more than... Not like that. Because that's clearly it. Make this as white as possible. There. Ugh. It wasn't clear enough. Yay! A print's so clear, it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print looks a lot like, or took a lot of effort to find. Match it up right away. Not done yet? Process. Well, there's no point in finding one fingerprint. Not knowing who the owner is, right? Guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person that you think left these prints. Am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The body handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So these fingerprints would most likely, or whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Okay, it's not Gant. Not Meekin. Not Marshall. Not Goodman. It's Gumshoe. Oh yeah, because isn't this his evidence locker? Aha! These prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Anything wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. What with the punches, Mr. Wright? Thanks for the sympathy. Remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check that one out. It was here. Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, you want to try using this? Oh, her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I do have to warn you about something first. The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in this area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. That means there are no prints. You say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by bloody hands. This time, we have to make it as, like, adjusted as possible so that it doesn't yell at me about how it's like, you didn't find the fingerprint. What do you mean I didn't find the fingerprint? I can see it. Oh. Blast out everybody's ears while I blow into the mic. These are Marshall's. Yeah, those are Marshall's. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints were added to the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. Not enough to solve a crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So, we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall... Looks like our investigation's finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. You bet. I can imagine Maya just getting really jealous over them investigating. To be continued. Day 3, trial former. Hold on. Next time on Summer Rain, Mermaid at Law. Wait, what time is it? No, I've still got a little bit. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. It's 9 p.m. No, it's not. It's 4. Oh, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It is as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But, Lana! Don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, as much as I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. The sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today.
You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? Have to play the cards that were dealt, isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. Takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecution's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim, just from the evidence room, just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Oh, this is one messed up trial. My mom is asking what I am saying, and so I'm going to send her a picture of the game. I have to smile for my mom. I tried to explain what Phoenix Wright was to my mom, and I told her it's a game where you play as lawyers and your entire purpose is just to catch people lying. Like, it was just the easiest way to explain it to her. Because, I mean, that's essentially what you're doing. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence related to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to... For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is... That would be murderer, sir. Meekins, honey. So you're telling us that you are a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me. Actually, sir, I would like, what would you call a part, oh my god, what would you call part of the younger, I am what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir? Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Witness testimony. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen, and I rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That is the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head. Well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Okay, so why were you assigned to the evidence room then? If it's not your usual, you work in General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits. So there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Blue Badger? Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir. It was to ensure that it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for that day. Blue Badger! All hail the Blue Badger. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went into the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Okay, what was the suspicious man you saw? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I'm the one, I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! One right here. Can you please read us that number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. Let's see. But that number is in there twice. Is being shown twice. Please explain, witness. It's really no mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go after him, or went to go get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, that's good information. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir, when I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. Then what happened? Well, With me charging in on him like that, he looked like he was as surprised as I was. Aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus and struggling to detain him. That's how I got a gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... One time I caught a Paris and I named it Hilton. That's a good one. I wouldn't have even considered that. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean that you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and I performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. Then, the next thing I knew, he punched me right in the face, sir. That doesn't sound like you stabbed him at all. At the time that you regained consciousness. No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report, the officer woke up the witness. That was about 5:30. He hit me right on the head, too. I woke up crying in tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned her to the entrance before everything got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe now we have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. You want me to do the voice of this guy? I'm okay, but thank you. Make him sound like Barney. I don't really know a whole lot about Barney. Barney was banned in my house when I was little, so like my brother and I weren't allowed to watch Barney. So I don't know much about Barney. Like legitimately, it was banned in my house. My parents hated Barney with like a burning passion. And so they absolutely, not the dinosaur. Oh. Then I don't know what you're talking about. But either way, my story about Barney still stands. It wasn't allowed in my house. I've never seen a full episode of Barney. I wasn't allowed. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. The man this officer murdered, or was this man the officer murdered really the victim? Andy Griffith show? Nope. Got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With the regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Officer Gant delivered it to me this morning, sir. Chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. It's absolutely right, sir. A videotape. It contains the security footage in the evidence room. Why did he not submit that into evidence? Why did he just send that to Meekins? I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told that it had been mistakenly erased. That is quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. Anything I'm really good at. Looks like the communication with the police department's as good as ever. Then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me. Video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh, it's like three-dimensional and everything. Oh, but it's covering his face. paper fell out, though. Well, there's Meekins. Thank God he did stab him. Oh my God, Meekins got stabbed. Mr. Meekins was just straight up stabbed. Okay. He's on the ground. Okay, so that video didn't show shit. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. Also, wait a second. That knife looked different. The knife in the video had a point. So where's the end of the knife? How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? That is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and a sort of activity took place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is it all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish. Mystery Man. His face can't be seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So, it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Just about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can be only opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Well, very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. I like how the Badger's flag just conveniently blocks his face. Yeah. Not helpful. A locker. Okay. You can't see his face in the video. Were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who had attacked you with a knife? It must have been, if you must label people as having been seen or not seen, that man's face, I believe, would be classified as the latter? Latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, are you the person who fought him? You are the person who fought him, aren't you? Yes, sir, but I didn't get a good look at his face, sir. Not the kind of guy that looks directly at people when talking to them, you see. That's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I would bet my badge on it. So then how can you be so sure? But you don't know for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label it as seen or unseen. Why does everyone look at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or Megan's. Having been shown questionable footage at best, we are not in the best mood. Now please, be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are so positive it was him.
But that video didn't show him stabbing
The victim, so like, how do we know that this is the quote-unquote murderer?
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I've tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people that I know. Or people in the know.
Workers in the department cafeteria, sir.
They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker of his own fingerprint. What else could have unlocked it? However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
If I may ask something, or if I may say something,
Please do, after all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is important in this case. I mean, it was his handprint that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust the knife into my body. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you do have a point. Footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Let's check the court record again. There a problem? Yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing particular that seems rather strange. Strange? It's the knife. Contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? The video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose that we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in this video. He would want me to point it out. Well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem in the video? I've ever had to do that. Do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so that you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. This guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates that this man may not have been Detective Goodman? Glove fell out. Do I just have like a picture of him? That knife isn't the same. This is a different knife. was hoping I had a picture of the victim because I don't remember him having bloodstains on his shoulders. God, wait. There is one, like, frame of him showing the face. Wish I could, like, slow it down, though. No, it's not a frame of the face. Darn. Hold on. Oh god, I don't know. The only thing that I know that's wrong is the knife isn't the same. Oh. I was gonna ask if they would, like, let me look at the knife. The problem in the video. Wait a second. The video. It's got a timestamp, doesn't it? No, there's no jump in the time. I don't think. Yeah, there's no time jump. Wait. Where are all the things in his locker? My issue is I don't know what's just like an animation like problem or if it's like Ugh. The only other thing I can think of is, like, the thing that drops out of his, like, locker is kind of weird. But, like, that's not a contradiction, is it? Like, I don't know how that proves that that's not him. Also, as much as I love the Blue Badger, the sound is, like, getting, like, really annoying to me. Oh, okay. It was the glove. Okay. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about it. What could it mean? I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. Point? We're looking for this one thing and one thing only, something that indicates that the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah. I almost walked myself into a defense trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. I need to slow down and tackle things piece by piece. What do I do? I don't... Whoa. I don't know what else in the video could be wrong. But if it felt... Okay. Hold on. Okay. So if the glove fell out of the locker, then why was it on the... Why was it, like, draped over the tape of the crime scene? Why was it not left on the floor? I don't know. I have this horrible feeling I'm missing something really super obvious. Can I, like, do I have... There's... Security footage. Oh, is it in my court record? Can I just open it up at any time? Oh, it is. Okay. I want to try to get back into the window that let me, like, look at the footage again. Let me look at the video. Okay. Ready for more Blue Badger. A minute. Why is his light on? None of the other lights are on. is the light on? None of the other lockers have their light on. I guess not. Maybe I pointed it out at the wrong time, and the fact that it was on when nobody was there? Oh, this is frustrating. And then every time that I guess, I have to go through all this dialogue again. So, like, what if I did this? Now, why is it on when no one's here? Officer Meekins. You mean me, sir. As I understand it, this locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle and the sensor reads your fingerprints, if it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it too. If so, then something's seriously wrong with this picture. Play the entire video for us. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little bit earlier. Here, notice the light? It's already lit. Precisely my point. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. What's the meaning of this? Very simple, Your Honor. The lock wasn't locked on the day of the crime. Locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the lock is automatically locked. I know it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well. It just goes to show that novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigation? Maybe something like jam the system's lock? Something like jam the sensor. There's something else that seems kind of out of place in this video. Oh! The cause of the... Hold on. I know what it is. It was there. That. The glove. The glove was in spot. It was because that was why it fell out. That's why the glove fell out. Watch this closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's that? Something white fell out of the locker. But, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open doors. We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean?
Sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted. Like that, over here. Wait, where's the thing? Where's the cloth that was, like, sticking out of the other locker? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand it now, sir. It's like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get it stuck on the door is when I try to get out of my patrol vehicle, and instead of the door closing, my tie just chokes me, but the object would have been extremely thin, would have to be extremely thin to fit between the doors. Not only that, it would have had to have blocked electrical current. It would need to be an insulator. Well, it's a rubber glove. It is an insulator. An insulator. But the crime scene... There just might have been something that fits that description. By insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present this relative evidence? What is the insulator that was stuck in the door lock? It was the glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. Can't be certain that this was in the victim's locker. The tag says SL-9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? It would appear so, sir. Order. So, we are to believe then that the victim, who the witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman. Not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you mean that? Of course, sir. A joke. Very well. Begin your testimony. Witness testimony, mystery man number 2. There was one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use your ID card. When an ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had to use his ID card. Yeah, but can't you lose those? An ID card record. I have the ID card record here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, that is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. That makes my heart stand on end. Too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there. Most were cleared up by noon. B. Let's move on to the cross-examination. But you can lose your ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck, one of those ID cards? Yes, sir, this card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of the car? Well, that remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card just chokes me, and maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. An ID card is used as a record of it. That makes sense. At the time of the crime, the detective used his card. But wasn't he missing something? Someone's lost item report. Did he lose his card? What about that? Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins. I am not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. The lost item report is only half complete. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe the something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high possibility. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather a man who stole his ID card. Order. The prosecution have a response. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There were 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. Up to. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going well. Oh well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to... Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means that the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place in one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy eyewitness observed the moment of the defendant when the defendant used the murder weapon. Knew that testimony was too shabby. It's been a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room
still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. You're right. To do something or else Lana... No.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Ow, Mr. Wright. Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. Security video did not show the actual murder. But it also doesn't show when the victim leaves. Like, where did he go? Aha, there's the thingy. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. The little thing sticking out of the bottom of the... Considering the blind spot, I would say it's probably pretty easy to get around the camera. Agreed. It really seriously depends on where that camera is. But it does seem to have a serious blind spot. Also, it's really low, which is it's so you like can't even see the face as somebody like walks past anyway. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this case were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. That just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Well then, Mr. Wright, this is person. Who would you like to have testify? What is his or her name? Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel as if we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works for the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. That's right, we're calling Chuck Norris to the stand. Just gonna throw him up there. Thank you, Ghost. Court is now in recess. Okay, I am actually going to stop here. If I can open the... Yes. I am actually going to stop here because I need to eat dinner. I need to eat dinner. So we will stop. I think this is like the last day, right? So we should finish this pretty soon. So who are we rating? I don't have Twitch pulled up. I have no idea who's on. Hold up Discord, not Twitch. Whoops. Let me see. Who's on? Cruisy's on. We're gonna go bug Cruisy.
feel like I spell his name wrong. I don't know. Crucible, for some reason, is such like a hard word for me. There we go. Okay. We will pick this up next week. I won't be here tomorrow, but I will be here on Monday for Pokemon. I have to go eat. Okay. I hope you guys have a good night, good day, morning, whatever it is for you. I have myself playing in the background and it is messing me up right now. Bye, guys. Raid message is Mermaid Raid for Crucy. Bye, guys.